Welcome back, everybody. How y'all doing? 85 stream streak. Jesus fuck. You're more addicted to it than I am. I think you've been here more times than I have when I'm streaming. Welcome, everybody. Change the audio again so I can't. The problem is the audio they set to the floor at all these events is all fucked up. I think they tie the audio line to something else, so. We're just gonna be doing some solo grinding stuff. Because, yeah, why not? It's a Paul. Hey, Alex, how's it going, bud? I gotta stop off at by Genie and get some food. For some reason, all the volumes are tied to the master volume. I mean, that makes sense. The difference is that like the music that plays in the auditorium is sound effects music, but I don't think it's actually connected to the sound effects, the ambient sound effects either. Because I turned that like all the way down to 0 and it was still playing at the same levels. You've been having an absolute blast with the M80? Well, I'm glad you did. You have, because we've got a Pitbull and an M80. Oh, Pitbull is courtesy of me, but an M80 courtesy of CIG to give away at the end of this month. So, Pitbull game package LTI. I hate to be that guy, but I think I'm gonna be that guy until, and I say this, knock on wood, I'm not gonna have to deal with problems. But I sound like a jerk when I say this, and I don't mean to, but I feel like when CIG, when Jared said this is the biggest concurrency we've ever had, and my initial thought was, oh, this must be a lot of people coming back who've not played the game in like a decade or something like that. And they all are like, this game is unplayable, all these things, all these problems, this is unacceptable at launch. And I'm like, this is just shit that happens all the time at launch. And they usually fix it by the end of the weekend. And what I can tell so far, in my experience playing the game since the release on Thursday, because I've played it pretty much every day, only on Saturday did I have a problem with like the missions weren't proccing when I pulled them up. Now, there could be some other issues like they're not turning in properly or anything else like that, which is like, yeah, you know, that kind of shit happens, unfortunately, with Star Citizen. But the main complaint I've heard is it's super laggy. I'm currently looking at 48, 50 FPS in climbing. Even looking down at the city? In the city, I was probably like 20, I was probably 40, 50 FPS. I don't have a monster PC system either. I have an updated one. Any thoughts on the Heavy Fighter M80? I don't know. I haven't played around with it enough to really have any opinions on it. It looks decent, but it looks like it's designed more for speed and maneuverability than it is for toughness. So it feels less like a tanky fighter and more of a weapons platform. So where do I have to go pick this up? Go to Hurston, Ida, and Microtech. Okay. Nick, Pyro Gateways. It's got to be like over here somewhere. Bye, Genie. Where are you at? Bye, Genie. Hey, Havoc, how you doing, bud? Vanguard's much better protected. A lot. To give you context, the M80 has like half the HP of a Scorpius. I have thoughts. Tell them that it's 100i that's taken all the steroids ever. So it's a 300i that's been juicing. It's a 325A that's been juicing.
Shields on.
So I am gonna land here.
Landing gear down. Landing gear up.
Hey, Gonzo. I saw Jin's been doing the tracking. Let me take a look at the current funding. Funding as of May 17th. May 2026 to date, 12 million. May 25 total 28 million. Total raise on May 15th, 3 million. I also need to get some more gas in this thing. Hopefully this will proc. If this works, this mission works. This is 250k or 425k. In terms of deliveries.
Landing gear down. Landing complete. Engines off.
Oh, I should probably refuel first. I was surprised they pulled 3 million yesterday, even with the M80. Well, they pulled 3 million over the last. That was a May. Total raise on May 15th. Take a look at the. So they made 5 million on Drake Day. 5.8, so almost 6 million. And so far, they've made 3 million, 3.5 million on Origin and RSI and Kruger Day. And they have one more day for that one. Thank you, Nopar. No problem. It's been fun. I'm going to be doing, my next one is on Monday. So, because they're 2-day events, there's no point in going crazy. So I'm going to do the next one on Monday later in the evening because I've got work. And then Wednesday, similar, I'm going to be doing it in the evening. Though we'll see. My plan is to not play this too long. This will probably be as long, if not a little bit shorter, because I still have to get a bunch of video, my video done and release this today. May not be able to do it today, but I'll probably get it done tonight. We'll see. At this point, it's mostly just audio recordings. It's looking like they could hit 1 billion. Yes. I'm still not 100% certain that they can keep this pace up, but they've been able to get something like an average about almost 2 million a day with each one of these. What is tomorrow's Lord Manufacturers? Pull it up. Tomorrow's Origin Manufacturers is Mirai, Argo, and Grey Cat. So it's going to be the Starlight. Helmet off. You know how double dogs? Double dog. Chili dog. All right, give me some pips. More pips, and then I'll go and buy some crews for the trip. Did you literally just... Nah, I'm gonna have to drop this. Littering. What are you rating this price for the Starlight be? 150. 150 to 200. It's up there with the Pioneer and the Vulture. It's the Pioneer or Vulture of the of refueling. Well, I have a few sources items I collected when working with CIG. I would like to donate them to you if something you're interested in. You can check my reply on LinkedIn. Sure, City. Thank you, bud. I haven't used LinkedIn in forever. Hopefully everything's okay with you, City. Backpack. Contract seems to be working today, as far as I can tell. Yeah. Starlight will bring fuel rats to the game as an elite, sort of. I think it really depends on because like the availability of fuel is really high still, so. Guppy. This patch, of course, blurs into all the others, and yet again, we have canceled free flight, many backers not receiving store purchase, and borked Ironclad Cat. God help Squadron 42. What are you talking about, Dave? Okay, about 11. Okay. Have they actually marked it as a starter, though? No, it's not a starter. I don't. As far as I know, it's not being marked as a starter. Logged into LinkedIn forever. This. Oh, sweet. Yeah, feel free, Syndicate. I'll message you. I'll reach back to you about that, bud.
Engines on.
Is everything still broken? Not that I've seen. So far, it seems to be working. But last I heard, it was very hit or miss.
Landing gear up. Shields off.
Let's go here and then hop around. Let's go to Microtech first. It's the furthest away.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
There it is.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
That's Hurston's. Let's head to Microtech.
Quantum travel engaged.
having issues with cargo, salvage, and can't even jump through with the cat. The chat is broken. The chat has been having issues. That one's been having issues of jumping since like the launch. That might be the issue. Now, the real question is, when I get to Microtech, will I be able to pull up the cargo? Technically, the shad's not broken. It's more so the server shards. Well, it was working. Well, no, it wasn't working in BT. It's like, did it work in BTU? I don't think it did. Well, I'm using the MSR because it's a long-range haul, and there's really no other ship that can do these long ranges with economic fuel. Especially with me having no money right now. I'm hoping that this pays out, because if I can pay this pay out, then I'm making for $500,000 just for this reward, this jump. Thank goodness I have a whole B. Yeah. Stuck in Nix. They said they're going to have a patch that's pushing out on Tuesday that might fix some of those issues. No money, no rep. I hope that the drop over they drop the fix over the coming days, and when that lands, what will that bring? Hopefully, not much. I was saying I've had a surprisingly stable experience
75%.
outside of Thursday. Or was it Friday? It was Saturday. Saturday. When I did the tour on Saturday, there was no the contracts weren't procking. Come on, baby. Yeah, the Astro's earliest release is 2027. Who else is messaging me?
Quantum travel complete.
Right. The Holy is great. Failed in what way, Matt? It's been the opposite for me, which is unusual. Then again, I've only had an Ironclad and a Salvation. I was on for legit 14 hours yesterday, and the worst I got was a server where the inventory wasn't saving, so I swapped, and I swapped the moment I noticed. Thank you, Bust. I like cool stories, and CIG has a lot of talented writers who tell good stories. But I'm also a big fan of lots of other science fiction properties too. One of the ironies, I think, of the modern era is I kind of see science fiction, or I see video games, sci-fi video games, as sort of the magazine, sort of like Pulp Fiction of the 70s for science fiction. Because there's like fuck tons of sci-fi games that come out from indie devs and AA developers, not so many AAA developers. A lot of them are sort of like rinse repeat the same stories, but like there's crazy shit coming out from those developers because they don't have as much
Shields on.
stopping them from doing what they need to do. I like Star Wars. I think my problem with Star Wars is that this is gonna sound really stupid, but I think lore ruins Star Wars. People became so attached to the lore of Star Wars that anyone who wanted to take some risks and do something different would risk the blowback from the community, and that wasn't worth the risk in terms of investment.
Landing
Fuck
gear
is that?
down.
Is that a Merlin? What's a Merlin doing here?
Landing complete.
Well, it's not even that the first Star Wars, like the new Star Wars, is bad necessarily. What I mean is that, like, the last genuinely interesting, innovative Star Wars property was The Mandalorian. Because it had nothing to do with anything. It wasn't a story about Jedi or the Skywalker family or the Empire. I mean, it had some Empire stuff in the first season. But they were more of a antagonist. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I guess Andor is another good example. But all those ones were like completely separated from the specific stories that were told, the sort of epic sweeping stories, and decided to do a different genre, a different vibe, a different mood. And that's what works. I think Star Wars works best because you can do anything you want into it. There's no Star Wars horror movie. I bet you a Star Wars horror movie would go hard as fuck. The problem is that a Star Wars horror movie wouldn't make $4 billion, so they would never make it. Solo's decent, but it was like, it still played into the whole, it had to do a lot more of the like fan servicey, like, whoa, look at all these cool things. Like one of the best Star Wars games of all time is Knights of the Old Republic. Why? Because it has nothing to do with like anything from the main trilogy. It just sort of takes the main trilogy and goes, we're gonna go fucking wild with this shit. And help that it was, you know, first BioWare, then, you know, not Black Isle, Obsidian, who did those stories, some of the best storytellers in video gaming ever. But that's part of the reason why they did well. So like, I like Star Wars and I like Star Wars stories, but I ironically, the lore guys like, yeah, I'm not too fond of Star Wars lore. Not because it's bad, but just because it's like people get so addicted to it. Halo's fallen into the same trap recently, where it's like, we want to create an extended universe and that'll get people invested. And it's like, then every game feels like fucking homework. I don't know who the fucking Banished are. They were in Halo Wars 2. I have to go play Halo Wars 2 to understand what the Halo Infinite is. Fuck. The worst thing about Star Wars is Star Wars fans, that too. Star Trek is kind of the opposite because they just don't give a fuck. Like, they loosely all connect to each other in theory, but like, it's mostly just whatever the fuck they want to do, they'll do it. And they'll just invent a reason for it. That can also mean to some very shitty stories, but, you know, when you're dealing with most Star Wars or Star Trek series, which are like 100 episodes, like, yeah, well, whatever. You could throw away like 20 stories out of 100 stories and no one ever thinks about those. You don't think about the good ones.
Shields off.
Marvel has the same problem. They've had that problem forever, though. It's a comic book problem. Yeah, this thing is, whenever Star Trek wants to do something weird, they're like, alternate dimension. Time travel time. Hey, Darth Hollister. I found out that emote with the Kermit with the hood, I found out very recently that that's an actual completely separate character in the canon of the Muppets. That looks exactly like Kermit the Frog. It's apparently like Dark Kermit. So far, so good. Probably gonna have to get some.
Quantum travel engaged.
Those cows would never do Darth Jar Jar justice. Yeah, exactly. Sadly, for me, Star Wars got too kid-friendly. I prefer the darker tones. Ironically, in the last couple of, like, Andor made Star Wars no longer for kids. It started to, like, actually put the darker tones in. There's not to say there's nothing wrong with kids' Star Wars. I haven't seen it, but a lot of people are big fans of the Skeleton Crew series that was released, which was basically Goonies with Star Wars. And it's very, you know, kids-friendly. Like, I'm a very stupid guy when it comes to a lot of these things, because I have this stupid idea that one of the reasons why entertainment feels so shitty recently is because we've refused to fund mid-budget things. There's no AA games anymore. It's all AAA, massive, you know, make it or break it, or completely new indie titles. And then with movies and TV shows, the same thing. Like, we're afraid of doing a competent TV show that spends a little bit more money than your average run-of-the-mill show and does some decent ideas, but isn't, like, going to be a nationwide hit. You know, the Buffy the Vampire Slayers, the Xena Warrior Princesses, the... at the time, 21 Jump Street and that kind of stuff. Well, was that a TV show or was that a movie? I think it was a movie originally. It's an 890 jump. That's nice. The Fireflies, yeah, that's a great example. It was mid-budget, yeah. I think the problem that people have with mid-budget, and especially producers and stuff like that, is that usually mid-budgets are new IPs. You don't really get like very few creators are going to be like, oh yes, please make a somewhat decent adaptation of my work. You know, like a lot of Stephen King's short stories would be great as mid-budget movies or mid-budget series. I want to say The Long Walk was kind of mid-budget, and that was one of his short stories. Project Hail Mary did a really good new take on sci-fi. Honestly, it's more of a Star Trek approach than it is a Star Wars approach. I don't think it's going to mean anything because. This way. Gotta go all the way. Fart Moon. No, it's E2. Yeah, it's a pretty scary dystopian movie, but in effect, like when it comes down to the budget, most of the actors in there aren't like huge actors. I don't remember any actors like standing out as huge names. And it's effectively a movie about people being forced to walk on a road. And it's psychological horror, but it's basically you're paying people to stand around and walk while other people drive slowly and hold guns at them. Oh, baby. There we go. Isn't Mark Hamill in The Long Walk? Is he? That wouldn't surprise me. Hamill's been in a lot of Stephen King adaptations recently. But Hamill is a good example because I don't think Hamill is he's a mid-range actor, you know? He's he doesn't demand millions upon millions. Yeah, he's the commander. Wow. Yeah, he's pretty versatile with that kind of role. I suppose what I mean is that a lot of sci-fi, at least what I've come across, has scary, unknowable aliens with evil intent, almost. But Rocky is a regular guy despite alien. Yeah, that's the Star Trek sort of approach. It's sort of the Ray Bradbury sort of approach to aliens. Okay, I didn't see that say cave. I thought it said Dave. So I'm like, why is Dave between two caves?
Shields on.
Well, like, for instance, Hamill said he's never going to do Joker again. Because the only reason why he did Joker was because of the actor who played Batman. I forget his name, but he passed away a couple years ago. And he's like, that's the only why I would do that. So he kind of took a Joker approach to playing the Joker. Like, I'm only going to play the Joker for my Batman, and my Batman's gone, so I'm going to go retire from Joker and do something else. Jesus fucking Christ. Would you fat asses get off the goddamn... Oh. Did you park something in between? What the fuck is wrong with you people? Yeah, but I mean, the reason why, one of the major reasons why people like Project Hail Mary is because Rocky is funny. I think there's a weapons zone here, so you can't like bomb these fuckers. Oh, thanks. What did you destroy it? You fucking destroyed it. Fuck you. Oh my god. These people, I swear. Did you just abandon it? Like ramp open and everything? No, you're going out. By human? Who the fuck?
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
This is griefing, guys. That's what this is.
My space lasers. But you can never,
Never,
ever
ever.
take away my space game.
Like, this is griefing right here. This is legitimately griefing.
Boss18D has subscribed.
Thank you so much for that that Twitch Prime sub there, Baz. You're a very important pupper, very impressive, Pennsylvania pedestrian. This is probably referring to good night. Shouts and cheers and chat, y'all. Shouts and cheers. Fuck is that noise? Try over here. Oh, the wind's blowing. Storm blowing in. Here you can see it. What the fuck are you doing, dude? I guess this guy's trying to get back into his ship. Well, at least I got this. Now I can get the fuck out of here. It does over time, but that until that happens, this would just be very annoying to deal with. All right. Now I just need stems and distilled spirits. Like, the thing is that especially in the current build,
On.
if something is bricked,
Launch complete.
it should be automatically despawned after like a handful of minutes.
Landing gear up.
No, you shouldn't be at CS. That's just a weird like thing. What should happen is your ship should get impounded, and you shouldn't be able to recover your ship. Is that at area 18? Is it Lorville? Okay, it is at Lorville. So let's head to Operide first, and then head to Lorville. My gas looking like.
Shields.
Not bad. Not bad for going all over the system. At one point they had a situation where you could salvage ships that had been abandoned on pads. The problem was that a lot of people would abandon their ships and leave their shields on. So it would be impossible for you to salvage anything with a shield on.
Quantum travel complete.
Going here first, and then ending up at Lorville, and we'll get gas at Lorville. So far, everything's been working. Wasn't the brick thing something to do with duping? It is, but it's also one of those things they wanted to do overall in general. Is their solution to insurance fraud is that if you claim a ship, then the ship that you claimed, that's like, if it's still existing, then it becomes bricked, so it's impossible to operate. Hey, Silhouette, how you doing?
Quantum
Great.
travel complete.
Rain. Rain and nighttime. Wait. What is it? Alt-N? Alt-L? What is lamp? Right art L? Yeah, I don't think I have lamp on this thing. Alright, I'm not gonna risk this.
Shields on.
It looks fairly flat, but I don't want to risk. Going nice and slow because it's dark. And raining at the same time. Sour cream and chives smashed potatoes sounds great. Lamp? Oh, so some ships have night vision, which is called the lamp mode, or low light amplification master something. They invented it's light amplification, but they want to call it lamp because it was funny. So like almost all of the not starter ships, almost all of the ships that are like single person ships have lamp. Some multi-crew ships have lamp, but not many. That's, yeah. I think the Mark II does, though. Both the Mark IIs do. I don't know if the Zeus Mark II does. I don't count that as a Mark II, it's just the Zeus. Is that under flight movement? I think so. Yeah, no. Some ships have basically night vision attached. So what it does, though, is it doesn't change your HUD. It changes the actual, like, cockpit. So your cockpit has this sort of green glow or like it's a different. Every manufacturer is a different color, but it just looks like a glow on the cockpit window. It's fun in I want to say the being attacked? No. Is that another griefer? Yeah, it's a griefer. Luckily, I think this one's good still. Yeah, it's still good.
Landing gear down. Landing complete. Engines off.
I think the mole has it, and the raft have them. I want to say. Apparently, people are not aware of the armor changes in 4. It's not just 4.8. It's 4.7 had the same thing too. That's what I'm saying. Is like I think there's a lot of people who haven't played the game in like 5 years, who've come back and are like, what the hell's going on? It's like this game's changed a lot, y'all. Contrary to popular belief, the game is playable, and it has had a lot of evolution since the last time that anyone has played it. Like, I'm sure people didn't know that rain was in the game now. Somewhat procedural. I think it's mostly on Hurston. It's not on ArcCorp yet. I don't think it's on Crusader or on Microtech, but it is also on Bloom and Monox. I was trying to say ballistics are the best for big ships with armor, as they have deflection now against alpha damage. Yeah, they're but it's like you have to have alpha penetration, so it's ballistic cannons, not necessarily repeaters. They have snowstorms? Okay. You like the weather, even if it's only basic for now. Yeah, and it's going to eventually be, it's under the Genesis system. It's apparently built in, the weather system's built into the Genesis system. So when the new Genesis planets come online, it'll be more procedural.
Engines on. Launch complete.
Genesis?
Landing gear up. Shields off.
I love democracy.
Thank you, random rich person. Yeah. Deadbolts are the best for taking out larger ships, yes. But you gotta hit with them, and that's fucking hard. it not Lorville? Oh, it's Edmond. Well, that's not too far from Lorville, though. Pretty good on gas still. Oh, cruise control.
Quantum travel engaged.
Yeah, the NPC refueling is nice now. I should probably call one instead of trying to land. Wow, so they're even faster velocity? Neat. Wait, so all the Genesis features will be coming when the next planets drop? Not all of them, but the main Genesis system is what's required for Nix 1. So Nix 1 is sort of the prototype proof of concept of the system. It may not have the weather system with it, but because it depends on how close the weather system is to deployment on the Genesis system itself. Like Starcitect also is built with Genesis in mind, that sort of thing.
Genesis?
So the settlements aren't in Genesis. It's called Starcitect. And Starcitect is, I believe, built with Genesis in mind. Genesis is the ground terrain generation. It generates the terrain, it generates the fauna, it generates the resources.
Shields on. Landing gear down. Landing gear up.
Let's see. This place seems to be mostly unmolested, which is nice. I say mostly because I'm looking at a bunch of ship ammunition, hydrogen fuel.
Landing gear down. Landing complete.
So
Engines off.
let's see if I can actually get landing services here. I can. Another 2K. Is that for 4.9 Genesis? We don't know. I'm hoping it's 4.9, but we'll know next week. Next Wednesday is when they're going to start talking about 4.9. And CIG has been not so subtly hinting at a lot of Genesis tech being worked on and being near completion in their monthly reports in the last couple of months. But they still want to get Nix 1 done, so Genesis is still going to be this year. The question is it going to be ass end of the year or earlier? And it sounds like it's going to be earlier than the ass end this year. God, acid rain. This is daytime. Credits and Rust, baby. It's the only thing that's life. That's the only thing that's worth living for in life. Yeah, Siege of Orison's coming in July. I'm thinking CIG is going to try to sneak in Castor by the end of the year as the last patch, like November. the last patch of the year, you'll toss in Castra. And they've really updated. I think this ring is updated. I also like the puddles that are forming. Only real men have pulled with the MSR. I know because we used to. You're stuck in space, you locked the place, can't move. Have you tried turning it off and turning it back on again? I have to finish this this run, but I can server hop and pick you up if need be, unless you're in my server.
Engines on. Quantum fuel 100%. Launch complete. Shields off. Landing gear up.
Okay. We're gonna head to Pyro. Pyro Gateway. Did they move Pyro Gateway? Am I high, or did they actually move Pyro Gateway? No, they didn't. I am high, in fact. Crusader. Microtech. Wiglow's Emporium. Crusader. So I gotta go to the other side of the planet, I think. I do wonder when Genesis is done, are they going to look at the temperature effects? Because going completely white in my cockpit from frost with full life support.
Quantum travel complete.
I don't know if that's... I don't know who's responsible for that. I feel like that's probably... Is that... Pyro Gateway. There we go.
Quantum travel engaged.
Question. Is how it's already struggling shard-wise. Maybe with the dynamic server meshing tests. They are already working on dynamic server meshing stuff. They've been working okay since I got on. Your mileage may vary. Soon, help! I'm under the water when it rains in the crater. Your floods, man. Those would be the days. Those would be the days. Okay, so where do I have to deliver this to? Canard View. Is it all Canard View? Okay, it's all Canard View. That's fine. Ironclad seems to be working a little bit better, but it's still kind of janky. They said in the Thursday's SCL that they were working on fixing. They had some fixes already put in the pipe for some stuff, but it wasn't going to be until Tuesday's patch. My experience thus far has been that I think it just depends on who you are. It depends on where you are. I have not seen a lot of the problems that people are talking about, from inventory lagging to pledges not coming in fast. To contracts not working. On Saturday, I saw that contracts weren't working, but I haven't had any problems otherwise. And since Saturday, they've also released a back-end patch on Saturday specifically to deal with some of these problems, so yeah. According to Jared on ISC,
Quantum travel complete.
they
Travel complete.
apparently reached a new record of concurrency. So 4.8 had the biggest launch of any Star Citizen patch ever. Yeah. I was surprised because, like, this is a good year, obviously, so far. It's not been a bad year. But I wouldn't say that this is nearly as, like, innovative or interesting of a year as previous years were to the average player. It's good for the people who've been playing Star Citizen a while, like blueprints and crafting and all that sort of thing, plus the wipe and all that kind of thing. And I'm wondering now, maybe because of the wipe, people were like, oh, Star Citizen wiped. Let's get inside, baby. I haven't played in over a year because of the wipe, because of the dupe issues. I'm going to now wipe. Now it's wiped. I'm going to go back in. Someone's opened it up. Been playing 2023, and it says I love it. I've been playing this game since the Hanger module, so like 2013, 2014. So I've been in the ups and downs, all of them. I've been playing EVE Online as well. It's like it's dead compared to Star Citizen, and that's confusing me. Don't get me wrong, I love this game, but I've always seen this game as being like a place where hyper-specific nerds hang out. And more, it's like, no. Now this game is a game that's attracting the attention of a lot of people. I intentionally try to, like, go out of my own bubble sometimes to be like, okay, so what are people saying about Star Citizen in terms of, like, the negative aspects of Star Citizen? And more often than not, it's mostly like, this game is never going to come out, or it's, you know, you're never going to play this game, or it's a scam, or whatever, you know, the typical stuff. And I'm like, okay, so most people just haven't bothered trying the game ever, even though it's free to play a lot of times. The universe's sphincter is very polypy today. Usually a good sign. It's something. Taking a lot of distortion damage. They did something with the Spacekeeping soundtrack too, because this actually sounds like the storm that's supposed to sound like.
Engage.
I have 10 accounts, but I can't afford to play it all. Yet, see, I did a video, or I did a Captain's Table, where I said, where we kind of talked about how, like, the best thing to do if you want to play Star Citizen is to not invest in ships, but invest in equipment. You know, save money to buy yourself a decent PC, the hardware, the peripherals, VR headset, that kind of stuff. And if you invest mostly in your own rig instead of Star Citizen, you can get most of what you want out of Star Citizen with just the starter package. And then you also have the advantage of having a PC that's really good and you can play pretty much anything else you want, or do anything else you want. Just a sub the month to see the changes. 16 pounds is crazy for their sub. Or for are you talking about for Eve Retro? Yeah, like I wouldn't necessarily suggest people to sub to CIG's subscription service. I do, but that's because I like the jump point, and it's like it's part of a, like, the lore actually sometimes comes out in the jump points. I'm talking about 10 Eve accounts. Okay. 16 pounds a month. Oof. Still cheaper than one character from Warhammer. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, the glasses you got for this month's sub are kind of worth the sub, honestly. CIG finally did some decent fucking glasses. And the advantage of subscribing for once, if you do like once a month, you get access to the sub store, so you can go back to any of the other things that you didn't get from the subscription store, and you can purchase them for pretty cheap. Like, I'm looking through, and most of it isn't that good. You get the ASD jacket, the Idris P shirt. The Lucky Break armor. The Sand Nomad plant. You can get the paints for various ships, like Cutlass Dying Star and cutter paints. You can get a Custodian Brimstone. Get some pirate furniture. There's some like hydrations pack where you can get for like whole C and whole A skins along with them, that kind of thing.
Quantum fuel, 50%.
Oh, you can get the Venture Rust Society. Nice, you can get the whole Rust Society kit. It's a little expensive. It comes with like 4 weapons, a jacket, and the full armor set, but it's $36. That's actually not bad. The price is a little insane, but you can get the Lucky Pots. Who has bought the Shiv cosmetic kits? I don't know if that's gonna be as popular as you think. I think I like the idea, but I don't think the Shiv is a good ship to purchase that with. The server healthy, as far as I can tell, I've managed to collect all of the cargo that I was going to collect, and I'm now on my way to deliver this to Terminus. Hey, congratulations, Bobby. Yeah, so if you exclamation point drops to get to tell you how to get the how to access it, but you basically just link your Twitch account with your RSI account, and then you have to activate drops in your own like we're like accepting drops, and then it'll pop up in your drops inventory. I will drop this off and I'll jump on your server there, Alex, and save you. I could definitely see 300 series body kits.
Complete.
I could also see Cutlass body kits. Basically every ship could use a body kit with like adding extra spoilers or wings. Oh my god. Can you imagine a cosmetics that add canards to the front of fighters? Oh, for those of you who don't know, canards are like one of the most contentious and at the same time loved little bits of accessorized parts of fighters in the fighter plane communities. People who like to follow the development of fighter planes and stuff like that. There's a constant argument for and against them between people. Add some canards to the front of a Saber or a Hornet, people would lose their fucking mind. Ah, you're a pyro. You're a pyrite. So these are what I call people who choose where they are. If you're from Stanton, you're a Stantonian. If you're from Pyro, you're a pyrite. And if you're from Nyx, you're a Nyxian. Maybe Pyrenees. I like pyrite because ite is a way you can describe people, like where they're people from, and it's both the name of fool's gold and it sounds like pirate, so it's funny. The Pyrenees also works as well. Yeah, Nyx is my home until Magnus comes in. It is very weird being a 40K fan and not being a fan of the Thousand Suns. To say I'm a proud son of Magnus. Just people will be like, excuse me?
Shields on.
I actually don't think I've been to Canardsby before. Just gotta find the drop-off point. Probably over where that C1 is. There's one here, it looks like. Yes, it is here. Oop, so I hit something. Damage and shit. Not repair anything here.
Engines off.
So I can. I'll have to head to, once I get this done, I'll have to head to Ruin. Hopefully I'll get paid for this. Yes, I know. It's cold as fuck. Thank you, suit. It is, in fact, one of the coldest motherfucking places in Pyro. It's like a warm spring day in Canada, right? Minus 99? Ah, you're fine. I don't know what's going on here. What the fuck is happening? Something weird was happening. Well, since it's happening to me, it's probably happening to a lot of folks. Just leave this down and risk it. Yeah, someone's using the Force of Cluck with me. Nope. No, you don't. Why is there more processed food than I usually have? Whatever. I'll send them all down. I only had 4 and now there's suddenly more. It's all right. Did this break? Stems, distilled spirits. I think that's right. Reaching. Hey, I don't know what a barbican is. Let's see the money. Where's my money? Yeah. No. All right, now that I'm cold, I'm gonna take the helmet off. Look at that. Look at that. So good. My life support system not working? Barbecue blueprint? Exactly. I don't know.
Engines on.
I'm gonna go save myself. I'm gonna go fix this up, and then I'm gonna go save Alex. Let me look up in SC Crafter. So the Barbican is a shield. Oh, it's actually not bad. It's a grade 3, or it's a size 3 grade B. It's the standard for the Carrack. And it's an industrial shield. Industrial shields are pretty good. Oh, it's a basilisk. Of course it's a basilisk. So it has a 7,200 shield health and 1,440 per second regen rate. It takes 11 seconds to regen after it goes down. Apparently, you can buy one for 396,000 AUEC. And FC Crafter is telling me it takes Borace, Gold, and Baradum. Baradum? Let's see. At 1,000 quality, gives you 20% integrity, 10% shields, and 10% max shields. So it gives you... Wow, that could be really good. It gives you double max shields. Holy shit, you can have 20% shield strength with this thing?
Shields off.
We have to go buy a fabricator, and that's kind of expensive.
Quantum travel complete. Landing gear up. Shields on.
No, it's a shield according to the according to SC Crafter and the other stuff like that. It's actually a pretty decent shield. A grade B size 3.
Landing gear down.
There's so many enemies. Pretty good. My shields are going to hold out pretty well. I'm going to hit a rock or the station.
Landing gear up.
How you doing, Celine? Apparently you can craft size 3.
Landing gear down.
You and Alex both. Lots of people love that thing. See, that's the dangerous thing about Origin ships is that fundamentally, all Origin ships are insanely fun to fly. Like, they may not be the best ships for like what they do, but holy fuck, are they fun to fly?
Quantum fuel 100%.
Now I can actually afford to. Fix my fucking wing, please. Thank you. I was trying to explain this to people, but people don't want to get the lore. Don't get the lore. What do you mean? What? Why they're fun?
Shields off. Systems off. Crusader Industries. A journey breathtaking. Systems on.
Thank God I could do that.
Engines on.
Turn my guns off. I don't
Weapons
actually
off.
don't need my guns.
Engines off.
They nerf, yeah, they'll nerf it. The thing about the M80 and all Origin ships isn't necessarily how good it is in terms of the meta. It's how it fucking handles. And I think it'll always handle pretty well because it's an Origin ship. They might nerf the damage or its top speed, but I don't think they're going to nerf its acceleration or its agility. All right, I'm gonna go save Alex. I'm gonna go log out here.
Welcome to the Astro vehicle retrieval system.
I could actually fly with a rebuy now.
Goodbye.
Well, I managed to do a long cargo mission that netted me 500,000 credits, so I'm okay.
Burrito
TSG requires a lot of planning and it requires a lot of setup. You're going to need grinding, A, rep grinding, and B, you also need money grinding. You're going to need someone with disposable income to do it. All right. I'm joining you there, Alex. You're above our Crusader, right? I can rescue, but I can't rescue the ship. I don't have any ships that can hold other ships. I have the Ironclad, but the Ironclad's bugged. I don't think it's able to make it out as the Pyro. But yeah, people are saying right here, like right where I am, this article is about Castra. And the only reason why CIG would be doing an article about Castra is if they're planning stories and stuff like that for Castra. All right, I'm gonna head back to Stanton. Hoping my chat is not bugged. Tried to thank you for yesterday, MANCHACA Gray's Market yesterday, where I could see none of my chats are going through. But thanks again. I'm glad I got to your Gray's Market stuff.
Welcome to the Astro vehicle retrieval system. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been reinfitted.
All right. I'll head back to Stanton and rescue you. I'm gonna send you a party invite real quick. Send you a party invite. Paul, do you think the local planet stories are concepted and written out, or do you think those will wait until Mission Frame 2.0? I think they probably have the concepts for some of them, or at least the framework for some of them already. But they probably don't have them approved yet. Like, I'd hope that they have some kind of, It's weird that my stuff hasn't quite... The fuck? Why the fuck did I just steal one of my own? I was trying to sit down in the pilot seat. Why is my character suddenly turning into a kleptomaniac?
Crusader destroyed. Journey breathtaking. Systems on. Launch complete.
I think it's just probably backed up by it's probably requires some work. Like it requires people to work on it who are currently working on other things like crafting and such. Or requires other things. One of the biggest problems with this game is that there are so many different parts of it that need to be working together that they have to wait until either the expertise is available or other things are done before they can work on them. The one major advantage is that now that I don't have enough gas. I don't have enough gas.
Shields off.
I definitely refueled. Let me quantum back to the planet and then back up.
Quantum travel complete.
Maybe I gotta go slightly out. Is there a station I can head to that's closer? There's a rat's nest. Oh, too far.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever take away my space game.
Julia Montero has subscribed.
Thank you so much for becoming a subscriber there. Twitch Prime there, Julio. Julio, you're very important pupper, very impressive, very pedestrian. This your father from pretty next shots. Cheers to y'all. Shots and cheers. Suddenly he says, yes. I say suddenly. You can't, that shit won't hold up in court. What are you talking about?
Quantum travel complete.
Why are you suddenly obstructed?
Quantum travel engaged.
It didn't register. Let's go to Rat's Nest. Let me drop out and try. Is there NPC refueling in Pyro?
Systems off. Crusader Industries. A journey worth taking. Systems on. Weapons off.
Contracts. Beacons. Nope. Sounded like a refueler. There's two of them. Ah, he's just the escort.
Shields on. Docking initiated. Docking approved.
What's auto dock?
Automated docking initiated.
Yeah, I could have probably done it if I practiced. I just gotta know where the refuel port is on this thing. It looks like it is right by the cockpit. I didn't see it. Wow, that's pretty expensive. 10K? So the answer is that it works fine, but it's whatever you're getting, you're paying a lot of money for.
Quantum fuel 100%.
Check.
Shields off. Shields on.
Why did it fail? Okay.
Launch started.
Whoa.
Launch complete.
Didn't mean to do that, bud.
Shields off.
I'm gonna still make it towards rat's nests, and then if it's actually completed, then we're good.
Quantum travel engaged. Systems off. Crusader Industries. A journey worth taking. Systems on. Weapons off.
First off, fuck you. Stop turning off my radar. Now we're gonna go maps. Standing gateway. I don't think a lot of ships have active refueling yet. Or attaches to your windshield. Does the ship you're flying have lamp? No, it does not have lamp. Sorry, Sausage, you didn't see that until later. Check my cash reserves. Still got plenty. See if there's any other missions I can take that are good. There's the hauling missions. Ling, still pretty good. Shepherd's Rest. Probably take that. It's another 200K. That put me at about 720-ish. Not bad for starting with 50,000 credits and ending with, if I complete this, 720,000. Oh, did you accept my my friend's request there for the party? Yeah, you are. It looks like you were part of the party. Two Stanton system? Let's pick it up at the Stanton system. Oh, from Shepherd's Rest. Okay, well, it's okay. I'll rescue Alex first, and then we'll go back here. For anyone who has a style you want in Blueprint, most of the versions of their armor seem to be able to be broken down for base components. What do you mean, Bass? Incidentally, power plants need Stellaron, and Subrillium. Okay, let me look at the quantum drive. Fuck you, you only have 3 quantum drives. TS2, Blondin, and the Agni. They're all size 3s. Oh, it's vehicle comp. Oh, okay, I get it. That's vehicle comp size 3. I get it. I get it. No, it's more than that. They have XL1. They have the XL1 in the... They have the XL1 and the Jaeger, but they don't have the crossfield? Isn't the crossfield the better one?
Quantum fuel, 75%.
Yeah, the XL1 requires Stellaron, Tungsten, and Borace. So you can give this, an XL1 can be at about, again, with perfect quality. You're looking at 20% integrity, 20% faster speeds, and negative 20% fuel burn. So you're more efficient, faster, and more durable. Yeah, I know XL1 is the best size, but the crossfield was always the best speed for burn. Like its quantum burn was always pretty low, but its speed was fairly high. Is Jaeger better than the crossfield now? The Jaeger is super simple to get. Like Aurotite is the only thing that you need for that's like exotic. And yeah, you need a half an SCU of Aurotite, but... It has the same properties. Plus 20% speed, minus 20% fuel burn, and 20% integrity. So it's less tough. Not as tough as the XL1, but... You got the M80 bug there's?
Quantum travel complete.
I mean, it's not going to be stealth like a saber, but yeah, it's probably going to be like a heavy saber. Slowing it down. I mean, it's the glassiest of glass cannons is what I've been hearing people call it. It is a true glass cannon build. It's the armor, not the shields. Its health is super low compared to other heavy fighters. Like a Vanguard would eat its lunch if it hit it. Still not bored going through jump points? I want them to be a little bit more dangerous. Right now, they seem to be pretty tame. Like, I've never been super damaged going through a jump point. All right.
You can take away my spaceship.
I don't see you, Alex. Where you at?
My space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Zant just resubscribed for 25 months. My god, a star runner. I haven't seen anyone fly one in years.
Thank you so much for that 25 months of support there. You're very important, Bubba. Very impressive. This is very pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking. I shot some tears in chat. Y'all shot some tears. I use the Star Runner as a long-running ship. It's one of the best range courier ships you can get. I can basically fly through an entire system without refueling. So I only usually need to refuel once or twice. All right, I'm on my way over there. Don't you backspace, you son of a bitch. I didn't go all the way from Pyro to rescue you for nothing. Better. It can do the Abel Baker challenge twice. Are the rooftop delivery missions back? I don't know that. I'd have to check. Okay, so you have a reason to get picked up. Gotcha. Are there any other known ships that have went through the challenge that have a name, or they all custom no name lore ships? We have no other reference up to the Able Baker challenge other than the Mercury. I think it was created for the Star Runner, but I wouldn't be surprised when they start doing races back, when they do the race missions again, that they'll bring the Able Baker challenge in, because the Able Baker challenge isn't really a race as much as it's an endurance one. Because it changes every year, and the idea is to throw you through some of the most dangerous environments that humanity can see, and be like, all right, can your ship survive this? You probably need to craft yourself a QD. The problem is haters call them a loading screen. Is it? It's not really a loading screen. It's not supposed to be a loading screen. Eventually, the jump points are going to be, because they got rid of the size categories. So my guess is that they're, instead of using a size category, they'll probably use some sort of stability category. What I've been calling, I've been saying they should use a system similar to ski resorts, like ski slopes. So it's based off of the challenging nature of it. Transient jump points exist, yes. But those should be more like shortcuts through the jump point rather than random jump points. Because the idea behind transient jump points is they're sort of like tributaries of rivers rather than it's hidden rivers.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
All right, Alex, coming in approach.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
You could also have things like spatial anomalies, like space weather, effectively, that would disturb the jump points and makes them more unstable.
Shields on.
Coming in about 4 kilometers out. .8. I am at a stop. I'm like right next to you. There you are. Get the door open for you.
I'm in.
Okay. Where do you need to go? Where do you need to go?
You can just take me to wherever.
I'll take you to Orison, will probably be the closest. Not that far away from Orison, anyways.
Shields off.
Drops the box every time I look at my Moby. Cannot look at Moby.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
There's gotta be one around here that I saw it. There it is. Let's get this. Let's go do this over here. Go to Seraphim. Dropping off at Seraphim.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
G-forces. Star Runner's such a pretty ship, and I can hide in your walls.
All right, I'm gonna slow down.
Shields on.
Can't fall over if I'm cracked.
I think it's over here. Where is the... Oh, so I think it's on the other side. It's on the other side. I'm trying to find the, like, the regular location. Hey, Paul, what's your favorite drug smuggler loop in Star Citizen? It's been a while since smuggling has been really viable, but one of the biggest ones is to buy in Pyro. I can't remember exactly which one in Pyro, but you can buy Weevil eggs in Pyro and then sell them in Stanton for a pretty hefty profit.
The least threatening Polaris ever.
All right, I'm going to leave you here. You can EVA. Once I stop, you can get out. Should be good to go.
Clear.
All right, you're good to go. See if there's any missions around here that I can do before I head back. Delivery. Did I hit something? Must have hit a derelict ship.
Shields off.
Right. We have to go towards Crusader and then pop out. No problem, Alex. Paul has lower streaming tech.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
What the fuck do I have? Oh. I was like, wait, why the hell do I have gun pips?
Travel engaged.
When I looked, I was like, that section's where shields are. Shields shouldn't be on. Oh, because I've scrolled my power bar all to the right. Should be able to head back to this location or there. If not, I can call for gas. That calling for gas makes things a lot more reasonable now. Yeah, it's more expensive, but like, damn, son.
Quantum fuel 25%.
Seems like I'm a little off kilter there, game. Game, ship, that was, about several degrees off.
Systems off.
What's that?
Crusader Industries, a journey worth taking. Systems on. Engines on. Weapons on. Weapons off.
Maybe I was jumping to another location.
Quantum travel engaged.
Mercury looks sweet for hauling in terms of fuel. How do you rate it against an Asgard? I would say it's probably a little closer. It's you definitely get better fuel economy than an Asgard. I think the Asgard has better better fuel, or has a similar like QT fuel amounts, but I think its efficiency is pretty low. It may just be its stock quantum drive is a little bad. Nope, nope, nope.
Systems off. Crusader Industries, a journey worth.
What the fuck is going on?
Systems on. Weapons on. Weapons off.
Is it moving?
Quantum travel engaged.
Is it a mission bug? Seems like I'm getting pretty close. Yeah, you're right. It is a mission bug.
Systems off. Crusader Industries, a journey worth taking. Systems on.
Let's see if there's another mission I can do. There is refueling. Okay. So let's head to the local closest station, which looks like it is... Am I? Probably L4. Do you think faster QT would benefit the game? No, I don't think so. I think having varying speeds of QT could help the game, so that players could have something to look forward to. But speeds are fine. The issue is more content density. CIG is definitely up content density. The problem is that CIG seems to think that there is a problem where they have people who can only jump on and play for like an hour at a time. And they're like, okay, well, we want to make sure that those people can play and enjoy the game. The problem being that CIG has all the buttons. They push the buttons. Like, they have all of the levers they could pull. And they seem to think that the problem is an issue with players getting to locations to complete objectives or setting up, when in reality it's more of CIG needs to develop missions that can fit within that 1 hour timeline. One of the easiest things they can do is start focusing on things like missions inside of landing zones. So you can stay at a landing zone, just simply walk to a mission location or take a tram to the mission location.
Quantum travel.
Complete the mission all in that landing zone, so that most of the travel time is simply just you traveling to the location within the planet or within the landing zone. So like a couple of minutes at most. It also gives shields, apparently, iChomp. iChomp. Because I got a size 3 industrial B grade shield.
Shields on.
I like the new skybox. I don't like teleporting either. I think teleporting, the concept of fast travel is fine, but I think it still needs to have some cost in terms of travel time. Like, you can take everything that's on your person, but you can't take a ship. And maybe you can take a ship, but you have to like spend some money, and it'll take you to where you need to go, sort of like a transit system, like as if you're hopping onto a Genesis and traveling. That way, there's still some trade-off, and like you just are locked out of doing anything for that time period while it's traveling. My immediate thought was transportation is redundant with passenger transport. It feels like CIG is doing the same thing that they did with scopes. Like, the problem I've always had with scopes, I've not been able to get to a marker yet in 4.8. Some missions seem to have problems with markers, but I've had no problems with the Ling family stuff, but it looks like the courier stuff is broken. Well, no, I don't think fast travel makes sense at all in terms of the game that they're building. CIG wants to make a game where you have to really work to get high-grade material for components.
Engines.
Which doesn't work with a game that you can also fast travel around. It's not auto travel, because the thing is you need to have something that'll take you to a location, but with a time. I think if there's still a time involved, then that's fine. Because the problem that CIG has right now is that people are taking forever to get to where they need to be, and it's because of bugs, it's because of uncompleted gameplay loops. Like, there's a lot of stuff in the game that feels like, well, the reason why it's taking so long and is difficult is because you haven't built the systems out that would fix some of the problems that make these things frustrating. Like, one of the things that I saw and legitimately made me want to throw something was a player being like, well, it takes forever. It takes an hour to get my org together, and I want to throw something. I'm like, yeah. It should take you an hour to get your org together. It doesn't take me an hour to get my org together, because I tell people ahead of time, go to this location and be ready. It's called planning. It's called having good communication. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. It doesn't take that long to travel. It takes you at most 20 minutes to get to a location. You can hop on and travel for 20 minutes before going to bed. It's not that hard. Selman, you are 100%. I am 100% on that. I would love to have a drop pod in Star Citizen. I'm back for a sim, not a looter shooter. Every day feels more like we're getting the latter. I don't think that's necessarily the case, especially since the looter shooter idea is sort of defeated by the fact that they're doing crafting. And Star Citizen is always going to have elements of sim, but it's never going to be a full sim because it's, you know, the closest you'll get is something like Arma, and it still probably won't be Arma.
Engines on. Quantum fuel 100%.
There we go.
Launch complete. Landing gear up.
And I don't tell anyone. Yeah, well, it's because I delegate the obligations to officers, and I said, hey, you want to help out? They all said yes. Now, yeah, but the social tools would help with that for sure. But like, make social tools with calendars that people can set. Like that, not transportation, complicated transportation systems that seem to defeat the game's like one of the game's main hallmarks, which is travel requires investment. Okay, let's see if there's another mission I can do while I'm here. Probably not. So the deliveries don't work. Career work? Okay, that works. Hold on. Is that the same? Tisa Spaceport. Okay, no, they changed it. Greendale Station. STL Courier. We'll do Red Wind. been wide too.
Shields off. Quantum travel engaged.
Even social tools version 0 by September would be great. It's so weird that CIG hasn't done any social tools development. Because like it's one of those things that people have been talking about at CIG, been telling CIG and talking inside the community for like 3 years now. Like there's always been some discussion about it, but it's usually like it's an MMO that doesn't have the basics of MMO like social tools. But since they've had server meshing, and as they were building server meshing, a lot of people were like, well, you're doing bigger and bigger missions that require more coordination. Can we get a better team system, better chat, better organization systems for system, but just like better grouping system and friend systems? And it feels like at the beginning of this year, they sat down as a team and realized, oh, fuck. The players actually want this, and we probably should get this. Like, how the fuck did it take that so much? Would also be nice if we could book an offline space liner. It would be even nicer if we could book a travel in an offline app and show up 30 minutes later. I mean, yeah, the solution, I think, to a problem of like grouping up, if you want to let people group up in a way that is convenient for only a certain amount of time,
Quantum travel complete.
is
Quantum travel complete.
the initial solution is simply go to a location, book a passage, and you have some sort of like system where you like myself, all my gear, and then my ship, and then it'll tell you, or plus my ship, and it'll tell you how much it'll cost. Then you go into an elevator, and you get into an elevator, and you get into a ship. Doesn't matter what the ship is. A ship that's in game. And once you get in and select like accept or something like that on the contract, on the beacon, then you just stay in that ship, and there's a timer that tells you where, like, how long it takes. And you might get some sound effects in the background, but it would literally just be despawns, like the ship takes off and then just despawns, or goes into an instance on its own. So you're just sitting in the ship waiting, so you can walk around the ship if you need to. But it's sort of a timer waiting for you to get to the location. And then when you get to the location, it'll say, you look, it's the location, opens up the doors, and you're in a hangar inside that location where you're supposed to be. Something like that would be the simplest solution for what the tools they have right now, or will have in the near future. But long-term, yeah, that would be like, get on an app and go, I'd like to take these things, you just do that on the app, and then your character will automatically be, get a timer where you, like, how long it's going to take for your player to show up. That way you show up at the location with all your gear, and you've already been ready to go, but you had to plan ahead of time. Yeah, they definitely need a lot more stuff for the average player. Wait, where is this? Is this picking up at Green Glen? I've been reading these wrong. Okay, so it is from here.
Landing gear down.
I've been reading these backwards. Swear I'm not dyslexic. I just when I see the main bold, I'm like, okay, that's the pickup spot, right? Not the delivery.
Landing gear down.
Gonna do some fancy flying here. Spatial awareness in this thing is not good for me.
Landing.
Not too bad.
Engines off.
All right, call time. But yeah, that would require root cause analysis and understanding of the game they have versus the game they want. Also knowing what they want. Also putting in effort and work to know all of this and communicating to the entire company. And working with other teams. Why are you still so fucked? I'll leave you open for now because I think you just need to get open so you can be fixed. Because just because you live in Hurston doesn't mean you're bound to Hurston dynamics. Like, for instance, put it this way. What happens if two people have a kid who are both under lifetime contracts with Hurston Dynamics? The child is a separate entity from those people. They're not bound to stay in Hurston. It's just more than likely they'll end up going to Hurston because both their parents work in Hurston. So there's more benefits to staying there, you know? I guarantee you that all Hurston employees' kids get free education. They probably even get scholarships to go to colleges if they do certain activities. Because they want them to stay. We had this conversation about travel time about 5 years ago, but it'd be nice to do something while traveling, while we have like engineering. Yeah, I mean, there's stuff like that. Though the travel time I find is generally not so long that it's a pain. Like right now, it's fine in general. The longest it is to go across system. The real thing is just more, again, density. If you're traveling across the system, it should be because you're doing what I'm doing, like hauling cargo.
Engines on.
And that's part of the experience of a game like Euro Truck Sim. Is the flight? Or is the travel? Yeah. Option to play some simple build-in games during QT. Cannons, holy fuck.
Shields off. Quantum travel engaged.
QT travel is more boring in Star Citizen compared to ETS, though. Yeah, I guess the answer to that is just you need to have more stuff happen during. You actually have to like fly your ship a little bit more. But like This travel took less than a minute. And I'm just hands off, easy. This isn't too long. It just gives me a sense of distance. And most of the flight is just me bringing it into the station and parking and that kind of stuff.
Quantum travel complete.
They might be coerced into a contract. They don't have to be. That's the thing. It's not like kids are a separate entity from their parents.
Quantum travel engaged.
Then again, you can also move to live in Lorville. There are even, if you talk to the ATC guy, he even says like, hey, you can live in Lorville without being a contract. Come live in Lorville. This is because guess who gets paid the rent? Hey, Payscape. Sometimes the comma rays are blocked in caves. Yeah, not always though.
Quantum travel.
Yeah, that's the other thing. How are they going to afford to move out? But you're not stuck in a contract. Just because you spawn in Lorville, it's like, and even now it's more like this is where you spawn in and when you have your hangar stuff, but that's it. God, I love Lorville at night. It's so dystopianly pretty. Exactly. And that's the question is, why can players do it? Is because you're built different. Players are not a special class in Star Citizen. They're not like the hero of lore or anything like that. The closest thing you are to it is just you're moderately wealthy. Most players have moderately more money than the typical citizen or civilian of the verse. Probably more typical civilian of the verse. Usually the range is like right here.
Landing gear shields on.
There it is. I see the signs now. That's an AI. What is an enemy AI doing in over Lorville? You can't fight. It's a armistice zone. Exactly. I don't know. A lamp might fuck up my vision here.
Landing gear up. Alert. Landing gear down. Alert. Landing complete. Engines off.
Stop for a cruise break here in a moment. I'm trying to loot QV warehouses for 3 days. First time I was, it was one component, and ever since then it's been missing all components. It's frustrating. I don't know if they're functioning, really. At least, at least they're working in the sense you can, like, loot them. And not that the, elevators are broken. I'm done. Cruise break. Yeah. Fuck you, Hurstons. Double fuck you. All right, let's look at the contracts. Oh, let's look at our rep, really. I'm a rookie for both. Not bad. I swear it might not be 318, but 408's coming as getting close to me. I've been hearing that a lot from some people. Like, I'm hearing a lot of people like, it's not 318, and other people being like, no, it's my 318. This is as bad as the 318, and I'm like, I'm confused because I'm not experiencing anything that people are experiencing. I don't want to be the guy who it works on my machine, but like I have not seen it. The issues I have not seen personally, so like. It's hard for me to go to gauge if this is a serious problem or not. I know there was a problem early on with like installing the launcher. Like the launcher was just not functioning for some people.
Engines on. Launch complete.
It's off.
Attention pilot, you are cleared for takeoff.
Hopefully some of these issues are dealt with in the patch that's coming out on Tuesday. Because again, what it really sounds more like was, to be quite honest, 4.8 was released before it should have been released because they had to release it for the sale. That was it. Which like I knew immediately when it was coming down to the wire. I'm like, yep, this shit's gonna be busted as fuck. Yes, the streamer RAM. Even then.
Thank you for your patches.
Shields off. Landing gear up.
I just tried to pull up a freight for haul missions on Aberdeen, and it disappeared as the freight elevator came up. Yeah, send it back down and pull it back up. Sometimes that works. I had issues downloading the patch. I installed thinking you could get a patch. I had to get a VPN to download everything for 4.8. Was this the first time you downloaded Star Citizen in a bit there, Necro? Or ever? Missiles not being insurance able, so every time I respawn a ship, it has no missiles. The rep white warehousing not spawning loot, and liveries disappearing unless you're doing paid restores. They're just like the little things that are making it unfun for you to play. Am I already out of atmosphere? There's no way I'm already out of atmosphere. Gotta go to Pyro. It's gonna be over there. Alright. Jump around. Jump around. Jump up to get down. Oh, I don't have my helmet on, that's why.
Quantum travel engaged.
It's like, why don't I see anything?
Complete. Engines off.
No, I had everything. This is new me, but I came back in 4.6. Okay, that's odd. Because I was hearing people had the 5,000 error with some of them, and I'm like, that sounds like maybe it's a easy anti-cheat issue. Microtech. Stanton. Crusader. Let's try this one. Part of me thinks this bugs is making us better. Instead of game broke, pick different games. Some of us think of how to work around this and solve this puzzle. That is kind of how Star Citizen fans have had to work for the last 10 years. A lot of it is, how do we fix the problem? And that's where a lot of the resentment comes in, because you can figure out ways to fix the problem, and then CIG goes, oh, that's a bug, and then removes the ability for you to do a workaround while still not fixing the problem. I'd love for them to do a follow-up in terms of, like, because according to Jared on ISC, Thursday was the largest single day of like, they had more people online than they've ever had before playing the game. Not contingency, what is this called? Whatever it's called. Like, they had this huge wave of people showing up that they weren't expecting to show up, which broke the back-end systems. Concurrency, thank you. I'd like to hear more if that's true or not. Give us the details. Then again, I'm a data slut when it comes to stuff like that, because I love to hear those things and be like, oh, that's interesting. Because then you can, once CIG starts telling us the concurrency rates, we can start pairing them together to get more data to figure out what's going on. The last 3 days of the sale, they've made like 9 million, 8 million. Yeah, a little over 8 million, 8 to 9 million. Today is a completely new one, so I don't know. They'll probably make as much money, probably not as much. I'm having a lot of QT mapping issues. Oh, what do you mean, like moving through QT? It feels like they'll tell us anything if it makes us less likely to be angry at them. I'll take it. I'll be less like I won't scream at them if they're more transparent about it. Kind of the way people want more transparency from CIG. And I don't think them disclosing things like concurrency rates are going to be a bad issue. Based off of the stuff they've alluded to in the past, it sounds like their concurrency is at or above most typical like live service games or MMOs. I wish they would publish those concurrencies more. Plotting QT routes in the map. I've always had issues with them. Like when you try to actually go on the map and click it, sometimes it just doesn't work. There are workarounds where you can like, if it's like on a planet, you can just pull back to click the planet, and then once you select the planet, you can get there. They're gonna make 50 million in Odin sales? No, they're not. We don't even know the price yet, do we? Yeah, the second you jump somewhere else, it'll go back to working. It's either a helmet issue or it's possibly a zone issue, like whatever they're called, the object container zones. Go. Probably higher than Helldivers 2. I don't know. Helldivers 2 is pretty high. Like even at their lowest, they have like 40 to 60,000 people per day. Like I'll pull up the Steam charts once we get to Pyro to give you context in terms of like what average concurrency is, because people have really, like I had this too. People have very different understanding of what a healthy concurrency is, because they'll look at something like Marathon, where its concurrency is like 10,000 people on Steam, not counting all the other platforms. So even if it's like 15,000 total, they were like, dead game. I'm like, 15,000 people on average is not a dead fucking game. It's just not the height that you would expect a game like Marathon, which was very expensive for them to make. And it's probably not going to make as much money as they hope. What the fuck is this? It's over there. There it is. see if we can refuel at Separate Rest. If not, we can just go off and...
Quantum travel engaged.
All right, while we're traveling, let me pull up Steam charts. So right now, the top 10 games that are playing right now, Counter-Strike 2 has 1.2 million people, and then the second highest is Dota 2 at 500,000, then Subnautica 2 at 316,000, then PUBG at 284,000, 5M at 212,000, Rust at 146,000. Bongo Cat at 127,000, Apex Legends at 121,000, Marvel Rivals at 102,000, and Slay the Spire 2 at 101,000. Top 10 stream games right now. But Helldivers 2 is at 37,119. It's the 47th best. Euro Truck Simulator 2 is 56,000. VR Chat is 48,000. DayZ is at 67,000. Stardew Valley is at 72,000. Space War is at 78,000. Great game, by the way. No. That's I'm thinking of something different, but that's the one that's like everywhere. Look up Balatro. Balatro has 10,000 people playing it. 10,278. Let's look up Elite. Elite Dangerous has 7,000 people playing it right now on Steam. How many people are playing Star Citizen? We don't know. That's my point. Is like, I think that based off what CIG has said, I think the average amount of people who are playing Star Citizen at any given time is anywhere between 10 and 40,000 people. I think they peak at close to 50 to 60,000 on the weekends, and then it sort of during the week it gets down to like 30K or 10K on some days. But CIG doesn't tell us those things. They did say, as Chris Roberts every so often does say that they had a, like one year he came out and said they had a peak of like 100,000 people or something like that concurrently. And when that came out, I was like, all right, let's look at the Steam charts, and that put it at like number 11 on the Steam charts at that point. I do too. I do wish they would publish concurrence. I also think CIG would benefit if they told us what their concurrencies were and at what times, because we could see what they're doing and what we're doing, and we can even probably point out patterns that they may not see, because the person who's probably doing a lot of those calculations for stuff like that is likely one of a dozen different things that person has to do. And when you have a fan community like Star Citizen does, someone like me will go over that and be like, okay, I can see the peaks and valleys. I can see that these are the dates and why they go up and down. So CIG needs to start planning like a couple days ahead of time to start spinning up more servers than they need to, because in anticipation of what's going to happen.
Quantum travel engaged.
The reason why this came up there, Cannaboid, is because CIG specifically said that, or Jared specifically said that one of the reasons why their back-end services were so swamped in terms of like mission systems were fucking off, because he even said the word cool down, not necessarily like fix, was because they got absolutely hammered. Their highest concurrency they've ever had happened on Thursday. And it's a Thursday. Usually you don't have high concurrencies like that until the weekend. I think yesterday they probably beat that concurrency, but they also had a bunch of back-end fixes they deployed, so. I think one other thing they're worried about is if players could see the low points of concurrencies. Like, I guarantee you that June, July, their concurrencies are dog shit. Like, they're probably looking at like 10,000 people maximum in June and July, like on their peaks. And, you know, I'm sure they're worried that people might look at that and go, dead game, dead game, dead game, dead game. I mean, like I said, like people will look at like 10,000 people in Marathon and be like, dead game, dead game, dead game. And it's like, just, you can find a lobby fine. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, it was a fresh wipe after the worst economy to date. Stop playing because someone gave me 45 billion. Yeah, I think a lot of people either had bugs or other issues and stopped playing, and then they came back because it was a wipe. Thank God the reputation wipe. Because it says entering Citizens for Prosperity. I'm like, CFP and I do not like each other. I have killed many of them.
Shields on. Landing gear down.
I've been to Shepherd's Rest. I used twin sticks. So my school classes don't end until 2 weeks, but I'm in an interesting position where because I teach seniors, they have to do their finals first. And by first, I mean like well before the rest of the school does. Spot right there. Another drop-off spot. Let's see if I can get down there. That's not terrifying. Oh, that's a M80. Is that a whole B? It's a whole B.
Engines off.
Hey, Bama. VKBs. I think they're VKBs. Gunfighters. I was very lucky, and I participated in an event at a Citizen Con that was sponsored by VKB. And they gave all of the participants sticks. So we got twins. All of us got twin stick gunfighters for participating. I wasn't anticipating it, but I got them. Plus mounts. So it was very cool. Wait, I gotta deliver here. What am I doing? No, I'll pick him up here. I was delivering the other place. I already delivered there. This is risky, but I don't think any of these people are here. Oh, that's not a Holby. That's a economy. Guns or anything either. After this, I plan on heading back to Nick's and getting properly armed. Didn't get a notification on this stream or the last one. Sorry to hear that, Moist. It's supposed to be sent out. Stevie, Stevie, I saw that. Saw a little bit too late there, Stevie. But Ninetales Blockade hasn't been a thing in God multiple years. They changed them to Blockade Runner. 2 years at least. And then after they released Blockade Runner, they never ran it again. Looking back at it, I think Blockade Runner was actually them experimenting with the new way that they do the events. Sunset berries. And keep this door open to Didn't get a chance to mention, looks like we're about to get the Tiburon having a laser pilot control. Yes. I guess I was lucky with the Ling family starter mission, because that gives you fucking $500,000.
Engines on. Shields off.
Streamer shard and client? Yes, of course. How could I forget about streamer privilege? Nix Gateway. Gaslight.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
This is a little far away. Rat's Nest, Dudley and Daughters, Nix, Gaslight, 905, 901, Patch City, Starlight. Starlight's pretty close. I'm gonna head to Starlight and refuel. Then I'm gonna head to back to Stanton Gateway.
Quantum travel engaged.
Looking at it right now, 574,000. This one's going to get me about 198,000, so close to 200,000. So 700 something. So yeah. Does CIG's ship team ever learn from their mistakes? I think sometimes they do. When you look at ships like Drake ships, they seem to have learned from like their mistake with Drake ships, and I think they got better at learning from RSI. But some ships, and I'd say the M50, people seem to really love the M50. I'm sorry, the M80, M80. But I think CIG just has no fucking idea what they're doing with Aegis ships. It just feels like time and again they just are completely dumbfounded as to what to do with Aegis.
Shields on. Landing gear down. Landing gear up.
You ever played this game? I'm an Elite Dangerous guy. It's not too different from Elite Dangerous in many cases. Though I can show you one thing you can do in Star Citizen that you can't do in Elite. Oh, don't taunt the Elite players. I just like to show it off because I know a lot of Elite players want space legs. I have to be careful though, because this is letting out the atmosphere. So you got any questions about it? I am a beta backer for Elite. I haven't played in a very long time, but I have played Elite Dangerous. So if you have questions about the differences, I can tell you. The universe is much smaller in Star Citizen than it is in Elite. Right now, there are only 3 systems, and even at its most ambitious, Star Citizen is only going to release 100 systems.
Landing gear.
Yeah,
Down.
most of the beginner ships are pretty decent for what they do. The Aurora Mark II is good. The Mustang Alpha is fairly good. The best ship one of the best ships you get, which is on sale right now, is the
Complete.
Cutter gameplay package. I think it's called the Generalist package. It's really good because it can also hold vehicles. You can hold a lot of cargo vehicles. It's got some place where you can put like weapon racks and stuff like that. Well, it's not free flight right now, unfortunately. They held back the free flight because of the problems that were going on in the back end, though I'm assuming they'll probably turn it back on next week.
Quantum fuel 100%.
If Leaf ships have half as many doors as a Crusader ship, then I would be an elite player and glad to just teleport in and out. Yeah. You can get them between $45 and $50. I think that generally speaking, it's gone up to $50 now. I don't think there's an account for 45 anymore. Though the Mark II, I think, is still being on sale for the Mark for 45. But you don't really need more than just the starter package because you can earn all of the ships in game pretty quickly. Like I started today at 50,000 credits. I am now at 572,000 credits from 2 missions. So there are missions, if you know what to take, that will give you plenty of money, but it does take some time to get through. Question, which corp would you rather be indentured servant? None of them? If I had to work for a company and work for that company solo, that's in the game right now, it'd probably be Microtech. Oh man, it's still busted.
Shields off.
Terminus, balloon. Gaslight, Pyro 5. Nix Gateway. I'm looking for Pyro for Stanton Gateway. Where is Stanton Gateway? Checkmate. Rods, fuel, and supplies. Rods is not too far away. Stanton Gateway, there it is.
Quantum travel engaged.
Interesting, not Crusader. Crusader is probably the best company to work for in terms of like they'll treat you right. But Crusader's getting invaded or attacked constantly by the Ninetails. So yeah, I would rather not get stabbed in the chest routinely for doing my job. Is the Xenothreat event active now? No, it's not going to be active until July. Or June actually. You mean New Babbage Orson? Orson is the best. Maximize shareholder value. Yes. They did a back-end hotfix at the end of Saturday. None of my missions have, like all my missions have procced. There is a mission bug where some of the missions that are just like the courier missions are fucked entirely. So cool. I thought they weren't going to do the refueling missions for like NPCs. Caveat, mission rewards are subject to balance. They're likely adjusted high right now because of the wipe. Past performance does not guarantee future results. That is true. But if you're playing the game now, you're going to get better at playing the game in general. And even when they wipe, even if they tiered it down so that, you know, it's more difficult to get ships, which I don't think they will, but even if they did, you would still have the experience and understanding of how to play. You'd still only need a starter ship. My point is that right now, the edge, like the hard edge of Star Citizen, where it's difficult to play and sometimes you're bashing your face against the wall trying to learn how to play it, sucks, but it's smoothed over by the fact that, like, once you kind of get the grips of things, you're basically already good to go. You're effectively completely ready to play the game, and you can get like new ships and play with those ideas. No, you won't be able to do that forever. A name like Darth Hollister. Something draws me to Hurston. Seems like my kind of leadership. How does permanent edition of Siege of Orison work lore-wise, by the way? Is it going to be a permanent edition? Let's go to Sanchez. Woo! But like some of the more expensive or some of the best ships for people specializing in things like combat or hauling, you're looking at like a couple of million. So like one of these missions I did was about 30,000, and that's been pretty standard for those sorts of missions. And they go up with reputation, so, you know, getting up to 50, 60,000. But that mission took me 5 minutes, 10 minutes to do. And yeah, some of them are going to take a little bit longer, but if you're playing the game pretty regularly, you'll be earning millions, even on those low-end missions, within a couple of weeks. You know what I wish? I wish the insurance system only made you pay for components that aren't original, because right now, if I put a single thing on my ship for 5 AUC value, I have to pay tens of thousands of AUC to claim it. I think that is a weird thing that CIG is doing, where they're making you pay for stock components. Because I don't feel like you shouldn't have to pay for stock components. Didn't they reduce the cost a little bit recently as well? At the last patch before they left PTU, they're like, yeah, we're going to drop this by like 100-fold. Well, like in Elite, for instance, you always have the chance of going back to your Sidewinder. Like, it's free to go back to your Sidewinder. There is no cost to Sidewinder. And I feel like that should be the case for most of the ships, that you, especially if you purchase them with actual cash. It's like, yeah, it's free. You can go back to stock with your free ship, but it should cost time. Right now, what they've done is they've done the opposite of time. They've gone straight up for the price of ships. You pay for paint. If not, you claim your ship as standard after destroyed. Your paint will is lost until next patch. You can always You can always melt the paint and then rebuy it, and it'll pop back in. That's a loophole for right now. What's one of the reasons why they want to get rid of backspace teleporting, Stevie? They're going to be one of this level of reclaim is supposed to, it's the tier 1 item recovery is supposed to get rid of backspacing, so you have to travel. I think it's one of the reasons why they didn't introduce the tier 1 item recovery. No, I agree. There's balancing things that CIG needs to do, and I'm always confused when they decide to, like they got removed. They removed the timer and added money sync. I'm like, money isn't an issue, even during like, after wipes, money isn't that much of an issue. Having time and money makes more sense, except for lower value ships, which should be free. Like, no one should be paying shit for a starter ship. The starter ship should come back free no matter what. Was your gold Asgard paint part of a package, Darth? Or is it a free thing you got? Or did you buy it with like with cash? Oh yeah, the best in the show, as you can't melt the best in the show. The Hurstons took it. Wow, okay, that's never happened to me before. I literally exited out of the entrance. That's never happened. Usually it's off to the side or above. It's the free one? Yeah, that sucks.
Quantum travel engaged.
I wouldn't be inclined to backspace teleport if I could just pay to transport my intact ships. I mean, I agree with that too. That is one thing that Elite has over Star Citizen, is the ability to just ship your ships completely intact with all their upgrades from one place to another. I forgot who covered Star Citizen recently, but he does it every couple of years. He's a guy I follow on YouTube. Kev, do it. He did Star Citizen. Played Star Citizen, and he ended up in front of one of the statues of Hurston. Was like, I feel this man is my hero. The giant gold statue. I understand this man. Big Fry as well. Well, Big Fry only has 344K subscribers. I didn't know that. Wow. Hey, Baron. He's mostly shitposting. Keswick doesn't only play, like, he plays games and likes them, but sort of tongue-in-cheek. He seemed to have a lot of fun. I watched about half the video, and he was having some fun with it, so.
Quantum fuel, 15%.
We all waiting for the back end to get back on its feet to log in. So far, I've been playing for about 3.5 hours. I rescued one person, a friend of mine, Alex, because he got stuck. And then but I also have done one mission that took me from Stanton to Pyro. Did another mission in Stanton, and did another mission that took me back to Pyro and then back to Stanton. Only one of the missions I tried was bugged, but the mission system is procking. Let me show you. These delivery missions are busted, though. Don't do these ones. Do the hauling or the courier missions.
Quantum travel engaged.
Yeah, I do mainly salvage, and his work a good more than 50%, better than other contracts.
Quantum travel complete.
It's returned to pretty typical Star Citizen. Does this mission work or not? But it's less of a, will this mission work? And more of a, oh, this mission type always fails.
Quantum travel engaged.
Why are Jin and Saint fighting? I don't know what they're fighting about. Yamex? No. Kev. The Merc missions are hit or miss. Yeah, those tend to be a little bit more hit or miss as it is. Because that usually relies on the spawning rate of the things you're trying to kill. And since Merc missions tend to be either kill satellite, kill thing, or escort thing, sometimes the escort guy doesn't want to move, sometimes the guys don't spawn. Sometimes none of the things spawn. So people have been saying the inventory backend is entirely fucked, but I've not seen that at all. Are we talking like the back end for your typical inventory, or like buying stuff from store and then getting things?
Shields on.
A bit clunky. Okay, that's starcitizen. See, I haven't had that problem. I've heard a couple people talk about it, but it's literally not happened. So I don't know if it's back end or if it's just server based. It could be that the servers themselves that you're on are struggling to connect to said back end servers. Looted items disappear from vehicle inventory. Ah. This patch needed another month. Sales Daddy said no. It didn't need another month. It needed another couple patches though. The patch always pushes, y'all. That's what this is. I at the very beginning of the year I called this Yeet Citizen, and I stand by that. Now you understand what Yeet Citizen means. The patch is going, even if it doesn't fucking work. Well, at least here we're getting more, like, features rather than just content. Star Citizen. Ah, the classic. Come on, close. Radar Owl for night vision only works on some ships, not on this one, unfortunately. Most of the single-player ships, or single-person ships, but the multi-crew ships don't have them yet. Bolt! Let's see what that is. Quantum Drive. Size 2. Size 2 B stealth. Ooh, neat. Requires tungsten, and auralite. I have the Twitch and RSI linked on my RSI settings, but I have to have the connect button on Twitch. If it's connected on RSI, it should be fine. Just check your loot drops inventory. Go to your loot drops and see if it's got a timer on it. What's your most OP FPS weapon? And you can't say the crossbow. A fully decked out, not Karna. Who's the damn... Coda. A fully decked out Coda. A fully upgraded Coda will fucking one-shot you. Through it, 2 shots through heavy armor. Like, to give you context, a Coda, fully upgraded, has no recoil, and does an additional 7.5% damage with a fire rate, increasing fire rate of 12%. So it can do 201 RPM.
Engines on. Launch complete.
So this just popped in my head. Do you have a plan to harvest and craft your own beers, ales, liquors for your pub? Yes, absolutely. That's what I plan on being known for crafting, is booze. Making the best wine, spirits, and beer in the verse. Because nobody else is gonna fucking do it.
Landing gear up. Shields off.
How stealthy can you make your MSR? I was checking the numbers, and it looks sneakier by a lot of ships at its size. You can pretty stealthy. It depends on what you have in terms of your stealth systems. But like right now, I've got pretty high ratings because I haven't checked to prick this out at all. But even then, the IR is only at 7K. The EM's what's going to kill you. I thought you can open your own galactic library and brewery. Yes, you can apply the Coda upgrades through crafting.
Quantum travel
It only requires iron, hephaestonite, and aluminum, so it's actually fairly easy to get the required components for it. All right, let's head back to Nick's. Let's take a look. Yeah, 770,000. Falling interstellar. Jesus fuck, that's a lot. It's all to pyro. There's nothing to the Knicks, unfortunately. Let's go drip that properly now. This is the map music. This is the star map music.
Quantum travel engaged.
Suds and Buds, laundromat and pot store. Yes, aluminum. Thank you, Cataphract. Because investigations all spawn in space, had to change my 0 to hero strat for this reset. Oof. I'm gonna go get some water. Be right back, chat. Oh, move around a little bit. I'm actually kind of excited because I'm thinking that CIG might actually get food fab stuff in before the end of the year, especially if they get Nix 1 in. They'll have to add more stuff to farm. Big container of water. It's an Algene, 32 ounces. For you non-Americans, it's 100 or 1,000 milliliters. So like 100 liters. I'd rather they focus on social stuff. They can chew. They can chew bubble. Blah, they can walk and chew bubble gum. I can't say it, but they can walk and chew bubble gum. A liter. Thank you. 1,000 liters. 1 liter. Okay. Yeah, trip with themselves while doing it. $100 liters would be bonkers. Yes. Hey, Captain David, how you doing, bud?
Quantum travel complete.
Let me stop here, get some gas, and then head out, because I think it's going to be a bit of a haul. Because I've got, yeah, 600K. I don't think I've got enough to get to Levski from here. Yeah, it's different teams. The social team is the team that does, like, server meshing and that kind of thing. I think they have some crossover, but nothing crazy.
Shields on.
That was right. I don't like the debris, but
Landing gear down.
it's a Hornet, maybe.
Landing complete. Engines off.
Yes, I have. Yeah, that's what I've discovered is that they, even though it fails, it actually still updates.
Engines on. Quantum fuel 100%. Launch complete. Shields off.
Hey, ich kann pass aí, bud. Mason is not wrong. Eat pickles. Yeah, you can get drunk in the game. It just your character has insane fortitude. Me and Klepter, I think, might have been somebody else. Sat down at a bar and just kept ordering drinks back and forth. Slammed back the drinks and kept ordering more. And it took us, I want to say 30 glasses of liquor to get drunk. Like 30 cocktails to get smacked. But once we got smashed, it was like 2 drinks past that, you were dead. You would just fall over dead. You could reach a point where you were so drunk that you would just fall over. The alcohol beam. They need to tune the alcohol so it gets you more fucked up than it currently does. Would there be benefits to drinking, though? Probably not extensive, but I don't see why they wouldn't. You may need alcohol for specific events, like, say, VIP transport missions, or you need a certain quality of alcohol to be able to deliver for specific rewards and stuff like that. So I could see him. There'll be a value in terms of the NPC economy, if not the player economy. Getting shit-faced. Arkin's on the right path. I'm sure they'll take the same sort of things that other RPG-like games do with alcohol, where you get benefits to like strength or to charisma, but you lose in terms of intelligence. So you might like lose in terms of like you're down.
Landing gear up.
They joked at one point that they wanted to do a drunk mission. Or like you had to be drunk for this mission. Because there's apparently it's like Wing Commander 4, or is it a privateer mission where you have to be blitzed for one of the missions? Are cadres working finally? Yes. Your mileage may vary though. Fuck me. Up there. But I think, honestly, I think likely you're not going to see much of any benefit from alcohol. It's going to be purely for like certain specific missions or for the love of the game. That's why I'm like, I love that sort of thing, because it's not that difficult to do something like that. And you already have something like food crafting, which will clearly have a benefit to the game because gateway. Let's see what that is. Oh, the gladiator fits in the assault. Nice. Yeah, Elite had the elite hauling or the VIP like transport missions stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is something like a strength buff where you can melee stuff or like tough it out a little bit more. Are you hydrating, man? I am drinking. This is like 5 or 6 cups of water. Yeah. You'd have to be ups and downs. You being your own brewmaster might sign you a produce to produce a special bottle of ale for my fleet. My rule is, there's 2 rules that I have. One, if there is super rare ale that you can find in the verse, all I ask is first bid before you sell it to anybody else or any NPCs. And secondly, any ingredients that are required for super rare ales and booze and that kind of stuff, I will take. All I ask is first bid. That's going to be a bitch of a grind, too. To get the blueprints for all of the booze. I know it's going to be a pain in the ass to grind. And then getting the higher tier of alcohol. Oh, fuck me. I used to do bartending gameplay, but it was kind of cringe and no one really liked to show up. Need to have the right kind of gameplay and the right kind of location and everything.
Shields on.
Also, you have to mainline CFP and salvage rep, something like that for sure. Whatever I'm not doing, it's going to be the booze stuff. So Xenothread is coming with 4.8, but it's going to go in 4.8 in a later patch cycle, down the 4.8 patch cycle. So June, after the event. Yes, the backend has recovered somewhat, but your mileage may vary. You may end up in a server that's backend is fucky, or its connection to the backend is fucky. Why is my HUD not showing? Let me see if I can't go through and fix that real quick. Something seems broken. It's all right. Lovely land game. Come on, lag ski. Must be getting a timer, like a wait timer, because I'm not seeing it on my HUD for whatever reason. I love this music. Known lore members Iron Clan spontaneously self-destructed after forgetting to compensate for CO2 off-gassing off Nix 1. Get out of the seat real quick. Check my helmet. Thank you, Spader.
Shields off. Shields on.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to land, get out, go suit up, and then go back to Stanton. It looks like Levski's kind of busted right now. At least on this server. And of course, people are just abandoning their big-ass ships. Hey, Bullet.
Landing gear
Thanks for
down.
that follow.
Landing complete.
Can't fix shit. Okay.
Engines off.
You're right from YouTube, good sir. Well, thank you for coming over. From the Astro Historian, I assume? What the fuck? Did you impound my fucking ship? But not this motherfucker? Oh, fuck you. I might have to just call it here. Yeah, it's a Connie. Don't let Chris Roberts win. Well, I was going to call it here, either here or another place, but I just want to make sure I didn't lose everything. Let's see if I have to get something. Of armor. Undersuits. Swap this out. Probably more like this. Something funky is going on. It's all right. What's up? Let's go down. Back-end system at Levski seems to be fucked. I have seen Wookiee's Pitfall. It's a good one.
Capsule now approaching station. Stand clear of disembarking passengers. The capsule will be leaving the station momentarily.
Levski seems to be particularly buggy this patch. So I had some problems earlier, and I was like, it's not too bad. But once I left the area of Levski, it wasn't too bad. Let's go to contentious objects. Custodian. Purchase. Yeah, this is my home location. Yeah, it seems to be something funky going on with Levski. Yeah, some backend issues. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna exit to the main menu. I'm gonna swap servers. Now that I'm here, it's not the end of the world. When do you think they'll be selling new boxers? Oh, for like underwear for the game? I don't know. They'll do, you know, they're going to sell it and get in the store first, though. Let's go to Australia. Well, it's weird that it impounded my ship, but not all of those abandoned capital ships. Oh, sorry, Stevie. The Autobot caught you with it because it said fuck ass. Stevie said, if Wicklow ever asks for booze, I'm going to poison that fuck ass. Nah, I'm calling it up there. Thank you, Robin. Though. I've been playing for about 4 hours. Usually, is when I kind of call it is after about 4 hours. Typically, I play with my org, the League of Relic Enthusiasts, on Sundays, but just because of the back end issues, we decided to hold off on a big event. We'll be back next Sunday, though, hopefully. Such formal Star Citizen. Let me grab my tie. Just like to keep it classy here at the pub. Infinite load again? I've not seen an infinite load issue in a while. No, it's coming up. There we have, FPS seems to be pretty low. It's stuck entity loading. Just give it some time there, Big. Apparently it's been taking a day. It can take up to a day for it to populate sometimes. Yeah, my server entities are stuck. I wonder what's going on. Mode wait for views. It's waiting for you, chat. It's been 24 hours. I couldn't tell you anything, bud. A lot of people have been having similar problems where it's not populating properly into the into there. On error resolved. Try something. Same error you're getting. We'll see. This is an old fix you can do sometimes if you pop in.
All systems online.
All right, go back. Seem to be working. Entities are loading in. And now it's stuck. Interesting. All right, well, that's going to be it for me then. If this is a persistent issue for everywhere, then yes, I do agree that it is, in fact, a 318 level issue, because up until this point, it hasn't been like that. Fun detected. Well, I can also do this. Luckily, I can switch out of this account. I have multiple accounts. I also have current level player invalid location ID. So it sounds like it's a growing issue. 2 minutes. Let me see if I can log into another account and do this. See if I can do this. right, so this is in a different account. Character repair fixture 664010 loop and shard lock. That can take a long time to actually happen. Apparently, like some certain things aren't working in the back end either. The old shard locking bug. I just got jumped by 2 Avengers and a Saber. Wow. There's something going on, chat. It's more than just because I just tried to join in with a second account, and it said there's something wrong with your okay, there it goes. I just couldn't start in rehearsing for whatever reason. It must be something, probably the back end. Something, they're probably doing something in the back end, or something in the back end just happened. So it definitely seems to be working with my new with my other account. It's like I'm fine. But the back end is not populating anything. That's odd. Well, this is a 0 to hero account. It does have stuff in the back end.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Why do I have a Rock DS? And a Cyclone. That's weird. I have 3 MRs for whatever reason. I'm supposed to be just 1.
Please visit us again.
Okay. Yeah, this clearly needed more time to cook. Yeah, everyone could have told you that because they came to the very bleeding end of the... like, they were still not ready to go when the sale happened, but they pushed it anyways. And it was clear they needed more patch cycles and more stuff in there, but they didn't put the time in. So, it's okay. I was going to call it there anyways. It just happened to end on a bad time. This is not, I'm not actually going to be doing 0 to hero with this tonight, but this was mostly just me earning some money and some rep. But hopefully I'll be back tomorrow. Maybe they'll have some of these problems that'll be fixed. Tomorrow we're going to be doing the lore tour for Misk, Argo, Mirai, and I think Grey Cat. So we'll be doing all those tours. And then we will be next loop is going to be on Wednesday, I think. So raid bite-sized hobbit. She always freaks out. Sure. Let's find her. Category does not exist for Star. What the fuck is going on? Star Citizen category doesn't exist? Something's going wrong. I don't see Bite-Sized Hobbit. She's playing Star Citizen? She's doing stream together stuff. I'd prefer to send it over to somebody else. Though I do follow her, I think, yeah. I may have broke the internet, yes. Let's stick to Star Citizen for now. So all y'all folks who need the drops can still get the drops. Let's see. I rarely get a chance to raid Detox. Is he leaving?
Move this way.
So I'm gonna send you over to Detox. Go say hi to Detox. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. And like I always say, hope to see you someday in the black.